now you have completed the Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and when you are doing Microsoft Word, you studied that it's a word processing package which is used for word processing works like creating documents, then editing documents, saving document, getting a printout, preparing a project report like that, right? But when we consider the Excel, right? So you know that Excel used for the calculations, creating chart, graph, those type of things. Before we start the lessons, right? So you get some idea about the database. What is a database? What is a database? You can say database is a collection of data, actually. Collection of organized data. Collection of organized data, right? Basically, when we talk about the data, define something like that. Data is that facts that can be recorded. I mean, any facts that can be recorded in your computer, actually. Okay, computer in any electronic machines. Normally, data is called the raw facts, actually. Raw facts mean we this data, right? That is called the raw facts, actually, right? Then this data unorganized. Unorganized means that is not organized in some mode, actually, right? For example, say when you consider the say names of student name of this class, it's a raw facts, actually, right? But after arranging the student names according to your names in alphabetical order, reverse alphabetical order, right? According to some order, right? You can say that is not the data, right? That can be considered as the information. Okay. Then remember that normally database is used to store. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Today I'm going to start a new lessons in this module that is called the Introduction to the Database System. Then you can find the Kumara student ID from using your mind, right? Then you go to the enrollment table, right? Then find the particular marks like this. Integrity, right? Integrity means in some cases, right? If there is no integrity, right? You can input the data of the non-existing student ID here, right? Okay. If you want to maintain the integrity, right? Integrity. So you have to use the relationship, right? Next, I will explain how to create the relationship. How to create the relationship using access. Okay. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Today I am going to start a new lessons in this module that is called the Introduction to the Database System. Okay, right. Using your brain, you can do that, right? But if you want to such a thing, if you want to link or if you want to use more than one tables, right? So you have to build the relation between the tables. Relation between the tables, right? Why we need the relations, right? First thing is if you want to take the integrity, right? Integrity. So you have to use the relationship, right? Next, I will explain how to create the relationship. How to create the relationship using access. Okay. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Today I am going to start a new lessons in this module that is called the Introduction to the Database System. Okay. Now, I think up to now. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Today I am going to start a new lesson. In this module that is called the Introduction to the Database System. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information. Hi everybody, I am Samantha Pereira from the Information Technology Center. Today I am going to start a new lessons in this module that is called the Introduction to the Database System. Okay. Now I think up to now you have completed the Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and when you are doing Microsoft Word, you studied that it's a word processing package which is used for word processing works like creating documents, then editing documents, saving document, getting a printout, preparing a project report like that, right? But when we consider the Excel, right? So you know that Excel used for the calculations, creating chart, graph, those type of things. Before we start the lessons, right? So you get some idea about the database. What is a database? What is a database? You can say database is a collection of data actually. Collection of organized data. Collection of organized data. Right? Basically, when we talk about the data, define something like that. Data is that facts that can be recorded. I mean, any facts that can be recorded in your computer. Okay, computer or in any electronic machines. Normally, data is called the raw facts. Actually, raw facts mean it's a collection of data, right? There is no process done on this data. Right? That is called the raw facts actually, right? Then this data unorganized. Unorganized means that is not organized in some order actually, right? For example, say when you consider the say names of student name of this class, it's a raw facts actually, right? But after arranging the student names according to your names in alphabetical order, right? According to some order, right? You can say that is not the data, right? That can be considered as the information. Okay. Then remember that normally database is used to store the data actually. Data, right? Then this data in some mode actually, right? Okay. Now when we store your data in your database system, right? This data may be text, numbers, videos, images, audios, many things actually. There are many types of data. Okay, right. Then database collection of interrelated data which represents some aspect of a set of real world university, example university applications, right? Let's see how to work with the database, how to create the database using your computer, how to work with the database using your computer. Okay. Now remember that say if you want to do word processing thing, right? You know that you use the Microsoft Word, right? So if you want to work with a spreadsheet, that means if you want to do mathematical calculations or document with the mathematical calculations, so if you want to work with the chart, right? These type of things, so you know that you selected the Excel, right? So likewise, say if you want to create the presentation or if you want to work with the presentations, right? You select the PowerPoint, right? Those things are provided by a package, Windows package called Microsoft Office. You know about that actually, right? Then you know that Microsoft Office provides Microsoft Word for word processing, right? Microsoft Excel for Excel for calculations, document with the calculations, right? Then PowerPoint, right? Microsoft PowerPoint for the presentation works, right? Likewise, if you want to create the database, right? Microsoft Word provide a package called Microsoft Access, right? Using Microsoft Access, you can work with the databases in your computer, right? Especially with the Windows environment, you can use the Microsoft Access actually, right? But if you say there are many types of database packages actually. Database management system. Microsoft Access provided under the Microsoft Office group, right? But when you consider the other database management system, I think you have heard about the Oracle, right? MySQL, right? SQL Server, right? Those are another example for database management system. But your course, right? So we are talking about the Microsoft Access under the Microsoft Office group. Okay, right. Let's see how to go to the Microsoft Access. Right. Then select your Start button. Then select the Microsoft Office group. Microsoft Office. You go down here in my computer. That is here, Microsoft Office. Right. Then I have two versions of Microsoft Office, Microsoft 2007 and Microsoft 2019, right? And then you can select whatever you want. Say I select 2007, right? The appearance is slightly different between the each versions, right? But the basic is same actually, right? Right. And then you go to the Microsoft Access. Then if you want to create a database, right? Then you have to select the blank database. Blank database. Blank database means you start things from the beginning actually, right? I think you remember that when you work with the Microsoft Word, right? So the first time when you go to the Microsoft Word, right? So you it asks that, right? You have to work with the blank document, or you have another option, right? You can work with the templates actually. Blank document means start everything from the beginning. You have a blank thing actually. Template mean which provides some template structure, right? So you can use this structure for your work, right? I think you may have some idea about that, right? Okay. Now when you go to the Excel, right? So you see that you are provided the blank document actually, right? Now in this case, you are provided the blank database. Then, right? You know that say you are going to start a new file, database file. You have to give the name for your database file, right? I'm going to use this example to demonstrate about the Microsoft Access actually, right? I use some database actually, right? Then this database is named like student info, right? Now we hope to use this database to manage the student information, right? That's why we select the student info name for my database. Okay, I select the student info, then select it, and then you assign the name, right? Then so you know that if you want to select the location, change the location, you just click on here. Then you can select some particular location to save your file. Okay. Then after that you select the create option. Right. Now when you select the create option, you can see that this environment appear on the screen. Okay. And what this environment says that, right? Okay, which provides the actually tab some sort of menu actually. Okay, some sort of menu. You know that these are the tabs, right? I think you may have experience with the tabs, how to work with the tabs, right? You have done Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, right? Which is also provide the same type of screens. Okay, right? And then there are 4 tabs here. By default, you can see a few tabs here: Home, Create, External Data, Database Tools, Data Sheets, like that. Okay. Now you know that. Now you are inside of the database. Yeah. Now you are inside of the database. Okay. Now what we are going to do? You have to store data in this database actually. Okay, in this database, right? Okay. Now the name of the database is, you can see that there is at the top of your screen. There is stud info. That is the given name. We have assigned this name into our database. Okay. Let's see how to store data in your database. How to store data in your database, right? Okay. So as I explained earlier, so we selected some database. we selected some database, right? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Now, what are the contents of this database, right? And now I hope to maintain the student information. Student information, right? Okay. Here I use three tables. Actually, what are the tables? Yes, one table, second table, third table. Okay. Yeah, I hope to maintain three tables. Right? Later on, I will explain why we use three tables to store your data rather than using the single table actually. Right? Okay. Now I selected three tables. I created three. I want to create three tables to store your data. Right? And I name these tables as student MST, subject MST, enrollment MST. Okay. I hope to store all the student personal information or student information in student MST table. Right? I store all the subject information in subject MST table. Right? I uh, I hope to store all the enrollment information in this enrollment table. Okay. Student MST table, subject MST table, enrollment MST table. Those are the tables I hope to create in my database. Okay. Now these are the tables actually. These are the tables. Right? Okay. Then remember that before you create your database, you have to decide the structure of your database. That's mean the structure of your database mean what are the table of your database. Then remember that you have to save your data as a table in your database. Right? Okay. When you save data in your database, right? Remember that you have to save your data in the table. Okay. Now you can say that yes, your database contains the tables, right? In some cases, you may have one table, right? In most probably, you have many tables in your database. There may be many tables in your database. Okay. In our example, we hope to create these three tables in our database: student MST table, subject MST table, enrollment MST table. Okay. Right. Then next, what you have to do, right? So you have to create this table. Right? Then up to now, you know that, right? If you want to store your database, right? So you have to store your database in the tables. Okay. Now these are the sample table. I explained that these are sample table, right? Let's I explain about the way to create the table here, right? Student MST table, right? Here you have to create the table by table. There are three tables here. Right? Then creating table or identify the table in your database is a separate subject actually, right? There's a subject called software engineering or what you call systems analysis, right? Under this subject, so you can which explain the way to identify the separate tables in your database actually. Up to now, you assume that you are given these three tables to create in your database. Okay. Now normally you can take some idea like this, right? Then student table contains the information directly related with the student, and which gather the information directly related with the students, right? The subject information table contains the information related with the subject actually, Okay, you can say subject ID, subject name. The student name is not here because student name is not directly related with the subject actually, right? So you can see that student information and subject informations are independent actually. That's why we use two tables, separate tables to store subject and student information. Okay, right? Now you can say yes, student information, subject information are independent, right? For example, if you want to change the student name here, right? Nothing is changed in the subject table. If you want to change the subject ID here, that is not affected for the student table. Okay, so you can say student MST and subject MST table both are independent table, right? Okay. Now when we identify the table in the database, right? So you have to use this concept actually, right? So you have to gather the related information together, right? Okay, and next thing is you have to separate the other information as another table. Right? Now when you go to the enrollment MST table, right? Now enrollment MST table contains student ID, enrollment ID, both actually. Sorry, student ID and subject ID, right? But which maintain the marks information, right? Student marks information, right? Okay. Now normally that is the way to identify the tables. You just take some idea about that, but do not think more about that, much about that, right? Okay, because it's a separate subject. Then assume that you are given 3 tables here. Then how to create it in your computer, how to create in your access. Okay, you have already created the access here, access database here. Now you are going to create the table. Okay, right. Then first consider the first table, that is student MST table, right? Okay, then remember that, right? Okay, if you want to work with the document, or if you want to work with a spreadsheet, right, you don't have to think about the structure of the data or anything, right? Just sit on your computer and sit in front of your computer, and you can work with your data. You don't have to think much about that, right? But remember that, right, before you create the table, right, before you create the database, right, so you have to decide the uh, tables in your database, right? And before you create the table, right, so you have to think about the structure of your table. What is the structure of your table? Then let's see here, right? Then this is the structure of the table, structure of the student table, structure of the student table, structure of the student table, right? Yes, what are the structure of the student table, right? Then let's see the sample table. This is the sample, it's our sample table, right? Now when we look at this table, right, the structure of this table is something like this. How many columns here? What are the names of these columns? What are the names of this column, right? What are the data type you have stored in these columns? For example, right, now this is something like combination of character. Those are called text, right? This is also a combination of character, right? This is a date. It's a kind of date, right? Okay. Now when you look at here, yes, it's a number, right? This is a combination of characters, text, right? So basically you can say uh, these are numeric things, numbers. These are non-numeric things, right? Okay. Now when we, before you create the table, right, so you should have idea about the data stored in each columns. These columns are called the fields, actually. Fields in the database. These are the fields. Okay. First one is the field. Student ID is the field, right? The student name is the field. Date of birth is the field. Student sex is the field. Okay, there are 4 fields here. Okay, these columns are called the records. This is the first record. This is the second record. This is the third record, like that. There are three records here. When you look at first table, there are 4 columns or 4 fields. The field names are student ID, student name, date of birth, student sex, like that. Right? Now when you consider the second one, subject table, right? Subject ID, subject name, those are the fields. Right? There are 2 fields here, but there are 5 records here. Okay. When you look at these fields, enrollment MSD table, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fields here. 4 fields here, and 6 records are here. 6 records are here. This column title is called the field name, actually. Field name. What is the field name for student MSD field? Student MSD table, student ID, student name, date of birth, student sex. Those are the field names. Right? Okay. Right. Okay. Now, before you create your table, right? So as I explained early, so you have to identify the structure of your table, right? First, you have to decide the field name, right? You remember that there are 4 fields in our student table, right? Student ID, right? Student name, date of birth, student sex, right? Now, when you select a field name for your field, right? Better you use a short name, actually. short name, that is easy for the programmers to do the programming, right? Okay, so you can select the easy or short field like this. Okay, now when we select the field name, do not use the spaces, special characters like this, right? Okay, then you can use the simple characters with the numbers, right? So if you want to use a space, instead of a space, better you select the underscore. Student space, do not use like student space ID. You use the student underscore ID. Student underscore name, date of birth, student underscore sex. Okay, right? Then that is the field name. This is the field name, right? You identify the field name, right? Next, you have to identify the data type stored in each fields. For example, right? Now, when you consider the student ID fields, right, you hope to store the combination of characters or non-numeric data here. Non-numeric mean, so you can see that yes, there are some numbers here. It's okay, but that is not only the numbers here, right? Then you can say it's a combination of numbers and characters. So you can consider this as a text. You hope to store a text in a student ID field, right? Okay, that is called the data type. Data type of the student ID field is the text. Data type of the student name field is text, right? Then data type of the date of field is a date and time. There's a special data type in Access called date and time, which is used to store a date. Okay, date. After installing your date as a date and time data type, right, which can be accepted as a numeric data type by your computer. Now, what are the difference between numeric and non-numeric, right? So if you store something as a non-numeric things, right, so you can't use that for the calculations. If you save something as a numeric, you can use it for the calculations, right? Okay, now you can store date as either text or date and time, right? If you store your date of birth as a text, right, so you can't use it for the calculations, right? But if you use your date of birth as a DOB, date and time type, right, which can be used for the calculations, right? What are the calculation done on a date, right? So if you have the date of birth, right, so you can calculate the, right, your age, right, your age. Okay, right. Next, student sex, right? To represent the student sex, use the FOM actually, female or male to represent, right? Okay. Then it's a text. It's a text. Okay. Now this is about the data type, right? Next thing is field size. Field size. What are the field size? Field size mean, right, if this is a combination of characters, right, so you have to define the combination of characters mean it's a text, right? So you have to define the maximum number of characters for these fields. Maximum number of characters for this field: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Now here we use 10 characters, right? Somebody says that yes, better we put 100 characters. No, if you use 100 characters, then what will happen, right? Okay, then you are unnecessarily waste the memory. You waste your memory, right? So if you use a more number of characters for this, right? But if you allocate more number of characters, use few number of characters, then what will happen, right? So efficiency, it's a problem for your efficiency of your database. Efficiency, but unnecessarily you waste your memory, right? So you have to use the, right, if you want to run your database smoothly, right, then you have to select the correct field size. Okay, student name, right? So you can say yes, 50 characters are enough, right? So if you think that that is not enough, so you can increase it up to 100 like this. Okay, when you consider date of birth, you don't have to define the field size. that is automatically defined by your computer. Okay, then student sex, right? So you can say to represent the student sex, you use either FOM, that means field size is 1. Okay, then I will explain about this information later on, right? Then let's create this table, right? Okay, then you go to the Microsoft Access, right? Environment is like this. If you want to create a new table, right? Okay, you go to the create, you can select the table, right? Now when we select table, so you see that something like this. Okay, you have one table here, another table here, right? Okay, now if you start it this from the beginning, right, then you go to here, right, you new blank database, right, database name, right, then create it here, right? Okay, now if you want new database, you go to the create, you select the table. Oh, if you have this symbol, this says that yes, right? Then you have chance to add a new table here, right? Then select this table and click your right mouse. Okay, select this table and click your right mouse, right? Then select the design view. Okay, design view. Okay, design view. Now you have to assign a name for your table. You have to assign a name for your table, right? You have already defined a name for your table, that is student MST. Okay, you select it and, right, you type it here. Then when you select OK, right, you will have a screen like this, right? You will have a screen like this. You will have a screen like this. Okay, right. Then table name is appeared here. Okay, database name is appeared here actually. And in the second time, I created the database without assigning a name for my database, right? This database name is database 2, right? Anyway, do not worry about that. Earlier one is student info, right? Now this one is database 2, right? So if you want, you can rename it. Okay, right. Student MST, right? Then you are going to create the student MST, right? First one, what this says that, yes, there is a key here, there's some word here like ID, there's something like auto number. Okay, before I create this table, I want to explain one more things, right? That is a primary key, right? Okay, now there are 3 tables here, right? So if you actually, these are called the records. These are called the records. Okay, these are called the records, right? Normally remember that to identify a record uniquely, right? So use a primary key. Using primary key, you can identify a record uniquely, right? I'll give some simple example, right? So if you want to, if you want to identify campus students within the university, right? You know that we use the student ID, which contains the student registration number. That means using student registration number, right, you can be uniquely identified by the university. Okay, your primary key is within the university, your primary key is student registration number, right? Like say V something like this. Okay, that is your primary key within the university, right? But within Sri Lanka, right? So if you are, if somebody wants to identify you uniquely, right? So you know that you use the NIC number. NIC number can be used to identify some people in uniquely identify some people in Sri Lanka, right? Okay, because you can't use the student name to identify some person or student, because there are many, there may be more than one students with the same name. There may be more Arunis, there may be more Kumaras, there may be more Anuras within the university. But there is only this number should be unique, maybe unique actually. Number is unique actually. Right now, when university provides a student name, student ID, right, that is not provided for the somebody else actually. Okay, right. Then remember that using primary key, right? You can identify a record uniquely, right? Okay. Then when you define your table, right? Your computer or access asks that what is the primary key of this table? What is the primary key of this table, right? Then you can say, according to this table, you can say that yes, student ID can be used as the primary key, right? Okay. Then if you want, you can use the student name as the primary key. But in this case, when you consider these three records, this is okay, right? But when you add more records here, right? If there are more Kumaras, if there are more Anuras here, then you may have problem actually, right? So you can't use the date of birth as the primary key, right? Because you know that there are many people born on the same day. Okay, right? Then you can't use the student sex definitely because which is repeated again like this, right? Okay. According to this table, right, you can see that student ID can be used as the primary key. Primary key, using primary key, right? You can identify any people, right? Uniquely, right? Okay. Any student uniquely, right? Okay. Student ID, okay, right. Student ID, right? Then you go up and yes, according to your structure of the database table, right? Student ID, it's a text with 10 characters and primary key. Okay, it's a primary key, right? Okay, then that's why we selected student ID as primary key. It's a text, right? So data type can be selected here. Data type, text. Okay, then size of the field size 10, right? Which is that you can use maximum 10 characters for your student ID. And if this is less than 10 characters, it's okay, right? But in some cases, if that is more than 10 characters, you can't input or you can't store it in your database, right? So if you want to store it in your table, you have to change this field size. Okay, student ID. Okay, student ID. It's a primary key. Primary key. This primary key is indicated by this key actually, right? Okay, this is the way to indicate that this is the symbol for primary key actually, right? Okay, then you can define the second field, student name. Select the student name, right? Student name, it's a text, okay, right? Then size of the field size is 50, yes, 50 characters, student name, right? And date of birth, okay, third field. So you have typed this, okay, when you're doing practical, right? You have typed this, right? Okay, then date and time. Yes, you can see the date and time. Actually, I couldn't explain that as a text is here, date and time is here, number is here. It's a data type. Okay. Currency, auto number, yes, no. There are many data types here. Right. Then in this table, we use only date and time and text actually. Right. Okay. Student ID, student name, date of birth, student ID is a text, student name is a text, student ID is a primary key, date of birth is a date and time, right? Okay, date and time, right? This says that it is medium date type. Medium date, yes. When you write your date, right? So you can use many format for your date, right? Somebody use a date, month, year. Somebody use month, date, year. Somebody use year, date, month. Likewise, right? Okay, then you can select any format to store your date, right? Then that can be defined here format, right? This is the medium date, right? Medium date means, right, your date may store like this, right? Okay, 2-digit date, then your month name with 3 characters, and after that year with 2 digits. You can select whatever, right? But in this example says that yes, you hope to store your date as like this. Okay, then you can select date, medium date. Okay, right. What else? Right. Next one is student section. It's a text with one character. Text with one character. Okay. Okay. It's a text. The name of this field is student sex. Okay. Student sex. Student sex. Okay. Text with field size is one character. One character. Okay. So you have more things here, other informations here. I will explain one by one here, right? But the basic thing is okay. Now this is the basic table actually. Okay, then this is the way to create the table in Microsoft Access database. Okay, and then you have to save it, right? Actually, you have already assigned a name for your table. Then you save it again because you have done modifications here. Then close it. Right? Now this is the structure. This is the structure of your table. Okay. Now you close it, right? So if you want to take it back, right? You select it and you go to the design view, right? Then you can get the table. If you want to do any modifications here, for example, instead of say 10 characters, if you want to use 20 characters, you select the text, you change 10 and you put the 20 here. Okay, right. Then close it. Then next thing is how to store data in the table in Access. Right? How to store your data. That is very easy. You select the table, click your right mouse. Right? There are many options here. Right? Then you can select the open. Open. Right? Now when you select open, you can see that here's the column title or field name is a student ID because you have assigned the student ID as the field name of this student ID field column. Right? Second column is student name. Third column is date of birth. Fourth column is student sex. Okay. Right. Then how to store your data? How to store your data? Right. You go to your table. Right. Then you can select your data. Right. Then you can select your data. Actually, you have typed it. This is the first record. Right. Then you just click here. Then type the data. Student ID is 00045. Right. We copy it because I have this data. Right. Copy it. Right. Okay. Then you type the data here. Right. Date of birth. Date of birth is here. Right. So think of July 1980. Right. So you select it. Right. 5 July 1980. 9. What is the date? 1980. Right. You select it and right. So you go back and there should be a way to directly go here. Right. So you just type the value here. Right. Then 5. Right. 7. 1980. You can type it like this. Right? Okay. This may be 5 July. Right? 5 July. Right? 5 July. So 5 July. Right? Something like this. Okay. Right. The student 6. Right? He's a female. Right? Likewise, right? So you can enter your data into your table. You can enter your data into your table. This is the way to add data into your table. Right? So you have to add record by record. Record by record. Right? The student ID is the primary key. You know that it's primary key. Primary key means, right? When you try to enter the same number again, right? This is that. Okay. You can type it. You can go to these fields, right? But when you try to go to the next, you try to enter the previous one. When you try to enter the previous record, it says that no, right? This is duplicated one. Duplicate value. Duplicate means since this is the primary key, right? So you are not allowed to duplicate this primary key again, right? So you have to use the unique student ID for this column. This column. Otherwise, you are not allowed to store the duplicated one. Okay, that's why we selected student ID as the primary key. Primary key. Okay, right. Okay, this is the first table, right? Then we have other things actually. Right? Other information. Let's see the other information here. Let's see the other information. Right? Okay. Let's see the other information. All right. Primary key. You know about the primary key. Student. Sorry. This is the table. This is our table. Right. Student ID is the primary key. Text. Right. Field size is 10. Primary key. Right. Now there's another thing here called caption student ID. What is that? Okay. Right. Okay. Then. Okay. You save this and right. Save this and close it. right? Now this says that yes, this is your database. You have one table here. Table name is student name. Okay. So when you click right mouse, if you want to modify the table, if you want to change the table structure, you can select design view. Right? Okay. So if you want to use your table, if you want to enter your data, you can select all. Okay. Enter your data. Right? Okay. Now when we design the table, I said that use the right short names, short name for your as the field name. Field name. This is easy for the programming. Okay. For example, DOB student 6, right? But you know that, right? Then this type of databases, DBMS, are created by programmers or software engineers, some people, right? Okay. And this is used by somebody else. Okay. Somebody else, in some cases, they may have not much idea about the database. Okay. For example, right? You assume that you have created this table, right? After creating this table, right? You ask so you ask somebody to enter this data, right? He opened the table, right? And he can identify the student ID, student name is okay. But when he read about this title, he or she may be confused. DOB. Okay. He asked that what is DOB? You know about DOB, date of birth, right? Okay. Then what you can do, right? So you can change this DOB value, right? There are two ways, right? So if you want, you can change this DOB. Instead of DOB, you can use a long name, but that is difficult to the programmers, right? But you programmer should use, so you designer can use. Why? Meanwhile, designer can use this name to represent this column, right? So you can use some other names to display it on the screen, right? That is called the caption, right? Okay. Then you can specify the captions related with some fields, for example. So you can put it like this, right? You go to you select the particular field, right? So you have to select the caption, right? So you have to select the date of birth or whatever you want. Okay. Then save it, close it, right? Then open it, right? Then you can see that date of birth instead of DOB. Right? Okay. Meanwhile, you are keeping the field name as a DOB, right? To change the appearance of this heading. So, column title, date of birth. That is called the caption, right? Then remember that each field is associated with this caption is associated with each field. That means you can put caption for each field if you want. Okay, right? There is a caption, right? And you can see that. Okay, caption student ID is the caption for student ID is the student instead of student ID, right? This asks you to use the instead of student ID, display the student space ID. That is the caption. Okay, right? We'll save it, close it. Okay, then open it. Now you can see date of birth, right? Student ID instead of student underscore ID. Student underscore ID is the field name. This is the caption. Right? Okay. Right. That is a way to change the caption. Right. Okay. Now you know about the primary key. You know about the captions. Okay. Right. Then this says that yes, use a caption. Right. Caption for student name. This caption name. Right. Student name instead of student name. It says that use the student name. Caption for the student name is name. Yes. Okay. What the caption for the other one? Date of birth. Okay. We have assigned. And student 6. Caption is 6. Okay. You can use caption for this. That is 6. Okay. Right. Okay. Save it. And when you display it, right? So if you want to open this table, open mean if you want to use this table, just either you can select open or just double click on, and then you can open the paper to enter your data. Okay, student ID, name, date of birth, like this. Okay, right. Then next one. Okay, next we have another thing called student mask. Mask. What is mask? Yes, mask. Okay, student ID. When you input the student ID, right? Student ID, you know that that is in some particular format, right? What is the format of the student ID? Is first we have one letter. Okay, then after that you have slash symbol. Then after that you have 2 digits. Then after that you have a 3 digits. Okay, in accidentally, so when you enter your data, right, in some cases you may have some mistake. For example, instead of slash you put something like this, right? If you want to avoid these type of things, so you can use a mask, right? You can use some particular mask, right? Okay, then for example, student ID, this says that use this mask. Yes, there is a right student ID. There is a option under the student ID called mask. Yes, yes, input mask. Right, the input mask. Right, so you can define something like this. Right. Yes. What's the meaning of A/99/99? This says that A represent any character from A to Z, like this, simple A to Z, capital A to Z, any character. Right? A represent any character. Then slash is slash actually. Okay. 9 says that yes, any number, digit, any number from 0 up to 9. This 9 again says that any number from 0 up to 9. Okay. Right. Now this is the way to input mask for this one. Right. Okay. Let's see. Then close, run it. Right. Then try to enter the second record. Now when we try to enter the second record, right, your computer says that, so if you input the student ID, the format of student ID like this, right? First one should be a letter, right? Sorry, first one should be a letter, right? Second should be a number. When you type the letter, that is not accepted, right? Here you have type some number, right? Then after that, these 3 things are separated by slashes. Okay, then how to define the mask, right? This mask says that first one is a character, second one is a slash, third one is a number, fourth one is a number, next one is the slash, next one is any number like that. Okay, so that is a way to define the mask. That is a way to define the mask. Okay, right. Now which is very easy for the users actually. For example, right now, okay, now if somebody wants to enter the second record, okay, so you go down here. Second record is E00230, E00230. Okay, okay. Now you know that so using this method you can avoid the mistakes actually. And you can use the same format to particular format. So you work it in Kumara, correct? Kumara, right? Some date here, right? Is made. Okay, right? Okay, right. Now I explain about the right input mask, right? Input mask, right? And what else? Required caption. Do not see. Yes. Okay. Next thing is okay. Then when you enter the data, for example, assume that you have entered some data like this. Okay, when you enter your data, okay, when you enter your data, right? Say so now you can see that yes, here you enter only the student ID, right? But you keep the name, date of birth, sex as the spaces here. Somebody says that no. Right? So when you enter the data, right, definitely you have to enter the name. Without the name, you can't go to the next record. Right? Name is compulsory. Date of birth should be entered. Sex should be defined. Okay. Then how you specify it? How you specify it? Right? How you specify it? Right? Then, for example, say this is that say date of birth should be date of birth must, right? That means you have to insert the date of birth, right? Okay. Then you can select the field, right? Then when you go down here, right, this says that okay, required. This says that required no. By default, this says that required no, right? When you select yes, required. If you want to insert a record, date of birth, required, right? Sex. If sex is not compulsory, right? So if you want to insert the if you need the sex field, right? So you have to select the required. You have to select the required yes. This says that required no, right? That's why we can these spaces are okay. Now you have some idea about the way to create the table. Then say you can define the you can create the, you can define the field names, right? You can define the data types, right? And then you can define the mask, you can define the captions, you know, the idea about that, right? But I have to explain one more thing, right? I have to explain one more thing, that is, right? Then when you enter data here, right? For example, let's enter a new record like this, right? Name is here, some name, okay? Then some date is here, right? Then you know that sex field, you have to enter the value for sex field either FOM, right? But anybody can enter any other letters. And by accident, so if or did I input G, right? It's a mistake. And that is accepted by your table. Actually, it's a mistake, right? So these type of things are controlled using the design, changing the structure here, right? And how to control it? How to control it? You go to the design here, right? So you have to select the appropriate field. For example, you have to control this field. You have to select it, right? And select it and go down here and find the validation rule. Validation rule. Under the validation rule, right? You can specify your particular text, right? So you can say that M O F, right? Then what will happen, right? So you are allowed to only the MOF for student sex field. Right? Then let's check it, select it, save. Okay. Right. Close it here. Right. Open it here. Right. There are some unnecessary text here, something G. Right. Okay. Then let's try to enter a new record like say A000019. Okay. Some name here, like name to some date here. Okay. Then instead of MOF, right, if you input G, right, then what will happen? Says that no, that cannot be accepted by access, right? Something has wrong here, right? This is that prohibited, right? One or more values are prohibited by the validation rule MOF set like this, right? Okay, there is some error message here, right? But if you input say male or female, that is accepted by your table. Okay, so you can control it by defining the validation text. Okay, so next thing is, right, now when we change some value and when we try to enter it, right, you have some message here, right? You have some message. Message is a very long message actually. It's difficult to identify, right? So those who knows about the computer programming will, he can identify it, but others cannot identify this type of messages. Right? Instead of that, you can use some simple message. You can define the error message. Okay? You can define the and you can define the error message also. For example, when you input invalid character instead of MOF, right? So you can say that yes, invalid character. Please enter the valid input, right? Please enter either MOF, right? Likewise, so you can put some friendly message, right? Okay, then how to do such a thing, right? So you have to select that field, right? Validation rule is MOF, okay? Validation text, yes, and validation text, you can define your message. You can define your message, right? So if you violate this rule, right? Say you can say that, right? Some message, right? In between double quotes. So define the message. Please enter enter letter O, right? Either M O F, right? So you can define your message like this. Okay. Then save it and proceed and open it and right. And change something here instead of M. If somebody put H, right? Please enter letter either M O F, right? Then you can put your own message. You can display your own message instead of this standard message provided by Access. Okay, right. Okay, that is a way to create the complete in the format like this. Right? Now your table is here. Right? Let's go to your structure of the table, right? We define everything here. Right? Field names, data types, field size, and other informations. Okay, right. Then what you have to know about this, right? Okay, when you create a table, or before you create a table, right? So if you have a table, so you have to define the structure like this, right? Then another structure, right? Right? So you have to identify the field names like this, right? Then you have to identify the data type of this field name, right? You identify the field size of fields, and there are some other information related with your table structure: primary keys, input mask, captions, right? Then validation rule, validation section, okay? Those type of things, okay? Right. Then actually you can't directly create a table without having the structure, right? So you can't create the table without having the structure. First you have to define the structure, okay? Right. You have created your first table, that is something like this, okay? Now next I'm going to create the second table, right? Using the same method, right? You can create the second table, right? Then this is the first table. Now if you want, you can enter your data, right? You have the student MST table, you can enter the data. You know that how to modify the table. Select the table, click your right mouse, you go to the design view, you can modify the table structure, right? So modify mean you can add the fields, right? You can remove the field, right? You can modify the field names, you can modify the data types, okay? You can do whatever under the design view, right? So if you want to use the table, or if you want to work with the table, or if you want to enter the data, right? So you have to go to the select the table and you have to select the open option, right? Then you can enter your data record by record. Now here you can see that yes, how many record here according to this one, 1 2 3 4 5 records here, and 1 2 3 4 fields, right? These are the field names. Okay, right. So let's see how to create the second table. Right? Second table, the table name is subject MST, which is used to store the subject informations. Okay. Okay, you know that subject MST table is used to store the subject informations. Under the subject information, we hope to install the subject ID and the subject name. Okay. Now this data is given here, right? Using the data and the table. So you have to decide the structure of the table, right? Now again, let's go to the structure of the table here. This is the structure for the subject table, right? Then now you know that there are two fields in our subject table, right? So we use those are subject ID and subject name. So you can take the subject ID for the as a field name for the subject ID field, and subject underscore name as the field name for the subject name field, right? Okay. Now next thing is subject name. Subject name is something like say geography, economic, history, right? It's a combination of characters, so we can consider it as the text actually, right? Then you can define the field size, right? That may be 50 like this. Okay. Now when we consider subject ID, this says that subject ID is the auto number. Auto number mean actually, right? So you don't have to input this number, right? This number is automatically generated by the access, right? So you have to select the type of this auto number actually. Type of this auto number is a long integer, right? Then the integer, what is the integer? Integer is a whole number actually. Whole number in the particular range. For example, minus 32,000 and plus the whole number is a range in between minus 32,000 and plus 32,000 like that, right? That is the integer range, right? Long range is, right, say that is longer than the integer range actually. Long integer mean it's a whole number, right? That is longer than the integer, right? Okay. Okay. Then you can define the table. You can create the table. Table name is subject MST, right? Then primary key, right? Okay. Now according to this one, so you can identify primary key here, right? Using yes, you go to your table, right? Now you can say that yes, these subject IDs are not duplicated, so you can select the subject ID field as the primary key. Primary key. Okay. Then that is okay. Subject ID is the primary key. You know about the caption, right? Field name is a subject underscore ID. Caption is subject space ID, right? Okay. Subject name is a text, okay. Number of characters 50 here, right? Required mean you have to enter it in, right? And do not allow zero length. And subject caption is subject name, okay. Then let's go to the access and create the second table called subject MST, okay. Right. Then if you want to create a table with more table, right? Then you go to the create. Okay. Create. So you have to select the table, because in this case you are going to create a table. So you select the table here. Table, right? Now when you go to the table, right? Now you see that another table icon is appeared here. New one, right? The earlier one is student MST has already been created, right? Now you are going to create the second table, right? Okay. Now if you want to create the table, if you want to modify the structure, you select the table, click your right mouse, then select the design view. That is a way to create the table. Okay, right. Then you have already decided the name for your table, that is subject MST. You select it and okay. Then type it like this, okay. Then select OK. Now you have the familiar structure here, right? Because you have done this, right? Then it first asks the subject ID, right? Yes, subject ID, right? You select it, right? Okay. Then in my case, I can select it, but when you do it, you have type here. Subject ID, it's auto number. You can see that it's auto number. You don't have to enter the value for these fields. Okay, I will show you, right, how work this, right? Okay, right. Auto number, it's a long integer, right? And define the field size here. That is a long integer. By default, you can see that it's a long integer. Long integer is a whole number, right? Integer is a whole number actually, right? Long integer means it's a large whole number. Okay, right. It's a primary key. Okay, auto number, long integer. Okay, right. Then we have a caption here. Caption for subject ID. That means when you open the table, right, the field name is appeared like this, right? Like this. You define it like this. Okay, subject ID. Subject ID is over, right? Then we have to think about the second field, that is subject name. You select it, right? Yes, subject name is here. Okay, then it's a text with 50 characters. Text, okay, text with 50 characters. So you can define the number of characters here. 50 characters. Field size is 50 characters. Okay, right. What else? Required do not allow zero. Caption. Yes, you have a caption here. Subject name, that is a caption. Okay, then you have to select the caption. You have to type caption here. The required field, yes, that means, so you have to then you have to enter the subject name actually. Subject name is must actually, you have to enter it. Okay, right, then save it, right, close it, right. Then if you enter the data, you know that you have to open it, right. Now you can enter your data, right. What are the data here, right. Then it shows that, okay, is that it's right, subject MST, one geography. Okay, then assume that right, this is the first subject. You don't have to input subject ID. You can't input actually. That is not allowed, right? Because this is the auto number, right? Then you have to input only the subject name. This number is automatically given by your access actually, given by access. Okay, so you don't have to worry about subject ID because subject ID field, auto number field. Right? But the second one, second number is a history, right? So when you input the history, right, you can see that yes, subject ID two automatically generated, right? Okay. Third one is economics. Likewise, so you can input all the subject name like this, subject name, right? Mathematics. Okay, mathematics. Okay, next one is the sociology. Okay. Right, then save it. Now that's all, right? Now you can see that this subject ID is automatically generated, automatically generated like this, automatically generated like this. Okay, right. Now you created the student MST. Okay, then subject MST. Okay, right. Now we have already created two tables, student MST and subject MST. Okay, now you have to create the enrollment MST. Enrollment MST. Okay, again you need the structure of the table structure to create the enrollment table, enrollment MST table, right? Again, you can say that now these are the field names: enrollment ID, student ID, subject ID, marks. Okay, you can say that yes, there are four fields here. Field names are enrollment ID, student ID, subject ID, and marks. Right? Okay. Then okay. Now you have to decide the enrollment ID, data type of the enrollment ID. You can say it's like integer, whole number, right? Or if you like, so you can assign the auto numbering for this, auto numbering, right? Then student ID, it's a text, right? You can define, you have defined 10 characters for this, right? Subject ID is a long integer or integer, right? Then marks is a integer, mean whole number, right? Okay, right. Okay, let's see the table structure here. Enrollment MST table structure is like this. Okay, enrollment ID, student ID, subject ID, marks. Those are the fields, right? Okay. Then what are the primary key? Primary key, you define the primary key here. Enrollment ID is the primary key, right? Then you see that these values are not duplicated here, right? You can consider enrollment ID as the primary key. Enrollment ID as the primary key, right? Okay. Then let's create the table here. Let's create the table here. You go to here, create the table, right? You can select the table, right? Now you have the symbol, click your right mouse, then you have to select the design view to design the table, right? Then This is the table name, right? Enrollment MST, okay, right? Then type it and select OK, right? Then right, sorry, right? Enrollment MST, right? Then this says that enrollment ID is a auto number. Auto number. It's a long integer. It's a primary key. Caption is enrollment ID. Okay, right? What you can say about this enrollment ID? Yes, it's a auto number, right? Enrollment ID is auto number. Enrollment ID mean enrollment underscore ID, right? Caption is enrollment space ID. It's a auto number. It's a long integer. It's a primary. It's okay. Enrollment ID is okay, right? Student ID. Yes, student ID. You know that it's like a slash something like this, right? A slash 00045, right? Earlier you decided 10 characters for this student ID, right? This should be identical, right? So you have to use student ID takes 10 characters for 10 characters for student ID. All right, this is the student ID. Right? Then it's a text 10 characters, right? There are some properties, right? Required mask. There is a mask here, right? You know that, yes, yes. Student ID. We have defined a mask for student ID now, right? So you go to the student ID field, right? Student ID. Then select some mask. Type the mask. Mask is A99/999. You know the meaning of this, right? That means the format of student ID is okay. The format of the student ID is character slash then digit slash digit. Okay, right. Right. Then input the mask. Okay. Then what else? Yes, input mask. Caption student ID required. What is required? Required means so you have to enter the data. You have to enter the data for this field. Okay, right. Okay, right. Input mask is okay. Caption is okay. I will explain about the index with duplicates. Do not allow zero length required. I think that is okay. Student ID is okay, right? Next one is subject ID. Right? Then subject ID. It's a text. Sorry, subject ID number long integer. Yes, it's a new one. It's a number. Yes. It's a number. Okay, long integer. Number long integer. Okay. Subject ID number long integer. Required. Caption is subject ID. Required, right? Required, yes. That should be entered, okay? Required, where is required? Required, no. So you have to change it into the yes. Okay, caption is, okay, subject ID. You can define it like this, okay? Right, good. Right, next one is marks. Okay, then marks field. Define it like this, marks. According to the structure, it's a number integer. Okay, number integer. Okay, right? It's a number. Right? It's an integer. As I explained earlier, integer is a whole number in between minus 32,000 and plus 32,000. Okay, right. Then no decimal places. Okay, it says that number with no decimal places. Define the decimal places here. Right, 0 decimal places. Right. Okay. Right. This is the way to define the decimal places. Index with duplicates, validation rule, only marks less than or equal to 100. Yes. Okay. Now, what this says that? This says that validation rule only marks less than or equal to 100. Yes. Okay. Right. Then open the database. See. Okay. Now, when you enter the data, right, enrollment ID is automatically coming, right? Then you can see that E00, right, 90. you must enter value in the enrollment MST. Enrollment MST. Okay, but subject ID, whatever, marks, right? Then you can input any marks, right? But you know that marks is in between 0 and 100, should be less than 100, right? Anybody can enter any values here, right? Then you can control it with the, you can control it actually, right? Then you can, how to control it, right? How to control it? So you go to the enrollment MST, you go to the design, you select the marks, right? Marks, right? Then validation rules, right? Then you can say that yes, marks should be less than or equal 100. You specify it like this: less than or equal 100, less than or equal 100. Okay, then let's open it and see. Okay. Right, then when you input less than or equal 100, right? Say when you input large, no, marks should be less than or equal 100, right? If you input any value which is less than 100, that is accepted. That is accepted, right? These type of controls can be implemented under the design. Okay, now you go here, right? So if you want to display some particular error message, right? Validation text, under the validation text, this says that. So if you input invalid marks, that means marks greater than or equal 100, right? Then you have to display this message actually, invalid marks, right? Then you can specify your own message here. Okay, right, right. Then, okay, right. Open it, right? Then enter whatever. Okay. Then, if you input invalid marks, right? But if you input valid marks, that is accepted. Okay. If you input invalid marks, that is rejected. Though display error message, right? But if you input invalid marks, right, that is rejected. If you input valid marks, that is accepted like this. Okay. Now under the design, right, you know that you can do a lot of things actually. You can do a lot of things under the designing part. You can control the data entry, those type of things. Right. Okay. Next thing. Okay. Next thing is very important actually. Next part is very important, right? In the next part, I hope to explain about the relationship between the table. How to define the relationship between the table, right? Okay, what are the relationships? What's the meaning of relationship? Okay, look at here. Okay, right. Now you have separate table here. You have separate table here. Student MST, subject MST, enrollment MST. Right? Those are separate tables. Right? Those tables are stored in your database. It's okay, but you have stored student information, subject information, and enrollment information separately. Okay, then you know that, right? Now when we look at this table, when you say there's a student number here called A00045, right? Now when we go to the enrollment MST, right, there's a student number here called E00907, right? But you see that there is no student like this, E00907. There is no student like this. If there is such student here, right, the student number should be here. Okay, should be here, right? But anybody can enter any student number into the enrollment table. That should be controlled. Enrollment MST, when you consider the enrollment MST table, right, you look at here, right? Now when we look at this model here, right, student ID is here. This is the first student ID, that is A00045, right? This table, enrollment MST, provides the marks for the student defined by the student table, right? Existing student, right? Okay. Normally, this should be validated actually. This should be validate. Validation mean if student is not here, right, you are not allowed to enter into the enrollment table. Okay. If you remove some student from this uh, table, that should be deleted from this table. If you modify some, say, student ID, right, this student ID should be modified. Otherwise, you have the mismatched data, right? Inconsistent data. That is called the inconsistency. Inconsistent data, right? So if you want to maintain the integrity between these two, right? So you have to make the relationship in between these tables, relationships. Next thing is, right? I ask some questions like this. When you retrieve the data, when you get the data from this database, right? I ask some question like this, right? What is the Aruni's history marks? What is the Aruni's history marks, right? In such a case, yes, Aruni's history marks. Okay, you select the Aruni from the student table. You select the student ID of the Aruni, right? Then A00045, right? So you locate the 00045 records in the enrollment MST because enrollment MST provides the marks, right? Then you filter you find the subject ID for history. Subject ID history mean 2 actually, right? Then you can say that there is a second one, right? Aruni's history marks was not given yet, is not given yet. Okay. Now, in such a case, you see that you have used these three tables, right? So how you link this table and this table through the common field, student ID field. You can see that student ID field. Okay. If there is no field here, there is no way to link student MSC table and enrollment MSC table. Okay. Student MSC table and enrollment MSC table. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, in this case, we can say that this is a student ID is the primary key for student MST table, right? So if you want to link with another field, another table, right, using this field, right? This field in the other table is called the foreign key. This is called the foreign key. Foreign key mean foreign key, right? If you want to connect student MST and enrollment MST, right? What you have to do, right? So you have to make the connection between the foreign key of the enrollment MST and the primary key of the student MST like this. Okay, you have to connect these two through this. This is called the foreign key, right? Now, when we consider this table and this table, right? Now, this is the primary key of the subject ID. This subject ID is the foreign key for subject MST table. This student ID is the foreign key for student MST table. Student MST table, right? Now, this is the foreign key. Yes, it's a new word, primary key, foreign key, right? Primary key and foreign key, right? This is the foreign key. Using foreign key, you can link another table. You can link another table using a foreign key. Okay, right. Now, this is the foreign key, right? Okay, right. Then you see that, right? So, if you want to work with your database, right? So you should have relation between each table. You should have to bind these tables together. Right? As a human, say you can directly you can filter the data from any tables. Right? You can join two tables together. You can take the data. For example, if you want to find the, say, Kumara's some marks, right? Then you can find the Kumara's student ID from using your mind, right? Then you go to the enrollment table, right? Then find the particular marks like this. Okay, right? Using your brain, you can do that, right? But if you want to such a thing, if you want to link or if you want to use more than one tables, right? So you have to build the relation between the tables. Relation between the tables, right? Why we need the relations, right? First thing is if you want to take the data from multiple tables, and if you want to maintain the integrity, right? Integrity mean in some cases, right? If there is no integrity, right? You can input the data of the non-existing student ID here, right? Okay. If you want to maintain the integrity, right? Integrity. So you have to use the relationship, right? Next, I will explain how to create the relationship. How to create the relationship using access. Okay.
Okay, then let's have a small break about 15 minutes and then come back at by 10:45 to start the second sessions. That is about the relationships. Okay, we take a short break and come back. Okay, right. Thank you. Let's see how to.
So if you want to work with more than one tables in your database, so you need the relation between the table. Before that, before you use the table, you have to build the relation between the tables, right? I will explain how to create the relations. And then now you know that you have three tables in your database called student MST, subject MST, and enrollment MST. You have already created that, right? Now you have to build the relation, right? So if you want to build the relation, so you have to go to the create, right? You go to the create, right? Then when you go to the create, database tools, right? Then select the relationship, right? Now when we go to the relationship here, now you see that your all the tables are appeared here, right? Then you can select table by table, right? So student table, then enrollment table, then subject MST table. Right now you can see that three tables are appeared here with the structure of the table. A very important thing is, so before you create the relation, right? So better you remove the mismatched data, mismatched data in your table. So you can't create the relation between the tables. Okay. So before you create the relation, so you have to delete the mismatched data, right? Normally, what we are doing once you complete the creating the tables, right? You create the relation before you enter your data, right? That is the normal way, right? First you create the table, then make the relations, then enter the data. Okay, right. Now you have to make sure that you have no mismatch data in the table. So no data in the tables. Okay. Now according to my tables, you see that no data entered into these tables. Okay. Right. Then let's go to the relationship. Right. Then let's see how to build the relation. Okay. Right. Then now let's go to our design here, right? According to our design, right? Or according to our tables, right? you know that the relation between the, then what is the relation between the table, right? There is no direct relation between the student MST and subject MST, because there is no common field for these two tables. Okay, but you can see that there are, so student MST table is related with the, can be related with the enrollment MST, because there is a common field for both tables, and subject MST related with the enrollment MST through subject ID field. Subject ID field, this is the common field for both tables. Okay, so now you can see that, right? So there is no direct relation between the student MST and subject MST, right? So if you want to work with the if you want to work with student MST and subject MST tables both, right? Okay, sorry. So you have to work it through enrollment MST, right? Okay, let's see then how to create the relation. First you have to build the relation with student MST and enrollment MST. Now how to build the relation? So you have to select the student ID, that is the primary key of the student MST, and drag it up to student ID field in the second table, that is the enrollment MST, in the second table like this. Okay, now when we drag it here, you see that you have a screen like this. Okay, what this says that, right? You are going to connect, right? Then this says that student ID field from the student MST table, and student ID field from the enrollment MST table, right? So if you want to change the fields here, so you can change it in this windows also, right? Now with the create option, so you can create the relations, right? Okay, but before you create that, right, so I will select this option that is called enforce referential integrity, right? I will explain why we use this enforce referential integrity. Then under the referential integrity, I select cascade update, cascade delete. Okay, right. Okay, then when you select it, right, now you can see that relationship type is appeared like one to many. What is that? Right? These things are very important, right? When you select create, right, this says that yes, the database engine could not lock the table, right? While you open here, right? So you have opened some table here, right? So while you are opening this table, you can't create the table relationship. So before that, so you have to close the open tables like this. Okay. Then again, let's try it. Then database tools, right? Okay. Right. You got the relationship, right? Then add the student MST, guys. Student MST, enrollment MST, subject MST. Close it, right? Then you go to the database tool. Okay. Okay. Then select it and drag it here. Right now you see that yes, you are going to create the relation that is from student ID table in the student MST table, and student ID field in the enrollment MST field. Right. You select one by one referential integrity, cascade update, cascade delete. Right. Then create. Right. You are not allowed to create this. This says that there are some mismatched data, something like this. And let's see, there are some data. Yes, there are some data here. Right. If you have, as I explained earlier, right, mismatched data in the tables, right, then you are not allowed to create the relation. Okay. Better thing is, as I explained earlier, right, then delete if you have some data here, or otherwise, once you created the once you complete the creating the tables, right, then create the relation. Okay. Now no data in the tables here. You can see that no data in the table, right? Then let's go back to your relationship design. Okay, relationship. Select table by table, student MST, right? Enrollment MST and subject MST. Okay, close it, right? Then now you go to database tools, right? Then okay, then you select the student MST and student ID. You select the student ID here, drag it from student ID from the student MST table to student ID fields name in the enrollment MST. Now you know that student ID is the primary key of the student MST table, right? Then student ID is the foreign key for the this relation in the enrollment table. Okay, you select the, you have to repeat the things again, create it, right? Okay, now you create that. After you create that, you can see that you have a link like this. You have a link like this, right? And there are some symbol here, one to many, one to many. Okay, right? Then I will explain. Then if you want to edit the relation, or if you want to change it, right? Just double click on the relation, then you can get the same window here, right? Okay, right. First one is I explained about the enforce referential integrity, right? Cascade update and cascade delete, right? What is the cascade update and cascade delete? Cascade update and cascade delete mean, right? Now you know that. Now when we look at these systems, right, there are three tables here: student MST, subject MST, enrollment MST, right? Actually, the one property of your database is maintaining the integrity. Integrity. Integrity means so you don't have the mismatched data. Mismatched data, right? Okay. Mismatched data mean actually you can say that it is inconsistent situations. Inconsistent. What's the meaning of that? For example, right? Then assume that then after entering data, after creating this database, right? Later on, so you have some requirement, right? What is that requirement, right? So by mistake, somebody has entered E00230 instead of E01. This should be E01. Okay. Okay. Now, when we change it into the E01, right? What we have to do? So you have to change all the E00230 into the E01230 in all databases, in the all tables here, right? For example, according to this one, E00230 is available here, right? So here also you have to change that. Okay. Here also you have to change that. If you forget to change that, then you have some mismatched data. You have some mismatched data. For example, right, if somebody wants to find the, say, Kumara's say E01230 mean Kumara, right? Say assume that if you haven't changed the student ID in this table, right? In such a case, there are no marks information for the Kumara's records in the student MST. There's no marks for the Kumar actually. In such a case, you may have some problem. Okay, that means when you modify something here, right, according to these modifications, the related table should be updated. Right? Okay, you don't have to do it manually, right? You don't have to do it manually, right? So when you create the relation, right, when you select cascade update related field, says that yes, if you modify this record, student ID records in the student MST table, and that is automatically modified in the enrollment MST table. Enrollment MST table. That means if you change the student ID in the student MST table, that is automatically change the student ID in the enrollment table. Okay, that is called the update related fields. Okay, then cascade update related cascade delete record related records mean, right? Then I think you can guess it, right? Okay, what is that? When you delete some record here, right, the related records automatically deleted. For example, right, when you delete this A00045 here, right, so you have to delete the related records like this, right? If you delete this and if you haven't deleted these records, right, that means you have mismatched data in the database. You have mismatch data in the database, right? So that is inconsistent situations. Inconsistent situations. Inconsistent mean actually mismatched data are there, right? No related data is there, right? Okay, right. To maintain the consistency, right? So you have to, that is very useful. That is very useful when you create the relation, right? Better you select the enforce referential integrity options. Under the enforce referential integrity, you select cascade update related field, cascade delete related fields. Okay, right. Then okay, now this relation between these two is okay, right? Now you have to make the relation. Sorry, next before that I have to explain about the this one to many relation. What is this? Is that one to many, right? What is the one to many? One to many. Look at here, right? Now when we take the relation between any two objects, right? There may be two types of relations: one to one, one to many, many to many, right? One to one mean, right, from one object from the left side is connected with many side, many many elements in the right side. That is called the one to many, right? For example, right, in this table, right, consider student MST table and enrollment MST table, right? Now when we take student ID A00045, right, that is related with three records in the enrollment MST table. Three records, right? When we take A00045, right, which is related with three records in the enrollment table, right? Now, when we consider this student and the relation between the student and enrollment MST is one to many. One record from student MST connected with many record in enrollment MST. Okay, right? It's a one thing, right? Now, in the other side, right? Now, when we look at say subject history, okay, when we take the relation between the subject and enrollment MST, again, right, you can see history subject. History subject is connected with two records in the enrollment MST. Okay, enrollment MST. Okay, now that is the relation between the one to many. One to many mean so one table is connected with many records in the second table. That is called the one to many relation. Okay, let's see how to build the relation between the enrollment MST and subject MST. Right. Now, when we look at these two tables, you can see that what is a common field. Subject ID is the foreign, primary key for the subject table, and subject ID for the foreign key for this relation, subject MST and enrollment MST, right? Okay, then how to make the relation? You just select it and drag it and release it here, right? As I explained earlier, right? So you have to set the enforce referential integrity, right? Now when we select it, right? So we your relation automatically identify the relationship time, that is one to many, right? Then when you select create, you can see that yes, relation is built between the enrollment MST and subject MST, and you have already built the relation between the student MST and enrollment MST, right? You can see that one to many, right? Okay. Now you are okay. Now after building the relation between like this, these three tables are not a separate table. These three tables are like a single table, actually. Right? Okay. Now now your DBMS maintain the integrity of this integrity of the data of this database with these relations, actually. That means when you delete something here in this relation, this table, right, appropriate record is deleted. When you update some record in this table, right, appropriate record is updated. Likewise, right, you are not allowed to enter the mismatched data. Mismatched data or your database maintains the consistency or integrity, right? Okay, right. Then remember that then after creating a database, after creating the table, your next step is to build the relation between the tables. Relation between the table. Okay. As I explained earlier, so before you create the database, so you have to clearly identify the tables. What are the tables in our database, right? And what are the primary keys between primary key in my tables, right? And then you have to identify the relation between the tables before you implement the database or table structure, right? So you should have some idea about the relation between the tables, right? For example, you can say that yes, in our database, right, there are 3 tables called student MST, enrollment MST, subject MST, right? The relation between the student table and enrollment MST are maintained by student ID, right? So if that's mean if you want to link enrollment MST and student MST, you can link it through the student ID field, right? Both are common field, you can see that. And next thing is data type of these 2 fields should be same. For example, if this is integer, if this is character text, right? You can't build the relation. Okay. And when you consider these 2, right, the relation between the subject MST and enrollment MST are through the subject MST, subject ID field. Okay, right. Then what next, right? Then you created the table, right? You created the relation. So you have to save it. Right? So if you want to take it back, right, then you go to the database tools, just click on here, then you can see the relations like this, right? If you want to change something, right, just click on the relation, double click on the relations, right? Then you can change whatever you want, right? Okay. Then if you want to delete the relation between the table, likewise, right, you select it and just using the uh, normal delete key, right, then you can delete the relation. Next thing is, if you want to update the table structure, one of this table structure here, right? So the first of all, you have to delete the relations between the tables. For example, if you want to update if you want to add another say field name into this table, right? So the first of all, you have to delete the existing uh, relation between these 2 tables, right? Then you can enter the, or you can update the table structure of the student MST, right? Okay, right, enough, right? Next one is, right, next say you can enter your data here, right? Remember that the first step is create the database, second step is create the table, third step is create the relation, then you have to enter the data, right? For example, now here you can enter your data like this. Okay, data like this, student ID, student name, date of birth, student sex, like that, right? Okay, right. But you have one issue, right? Now when we enter data for this table, uh, you can see that yes, which is like a Excel worksheet, right? That is not much user friendly actually, right? So if you have a user friendly environment, so it's very easy to enter data for this table actually, right? Okay, then how to create the user friendly screens or user friendly uh, interface to enter data for your table, right? Okay, you can do it like this. Okay, uh, I take I will explain how to create the interface into the subject table, right? How to create the data entry interface, how to create a data entry interface for subject MST table. That's mean if you want to enter the data into the subject table, okay, so you can use the, right, the such interface, so such user friendly screen. Then how to create that, I will explain, right? Okay, then okay, now if you want to create the data entry screens into some particular table, right? So you have to do it through a form actually, right? Now when we go to the create tab, you can see that right, table group, forms groups, report groups, and other groups, right? Now you know that if you want to change the table structure, or if you want to make with the if you want to work with the table, right? So you can use the table group, right? Okay. Now if you want to work with the forms, right? So you have to select the second group here, right? Then you have to select the there are many options here. Right? Form, split form, multiple form, more forms, right? Form design, right? I will explain how to use the form wizard actually. Using form wizard, how to create the user interface into the into your database. Okay, how to create the uh, data entry interface for your table. Okay. Okay, let's see how to create the user interface, a data entry interface to enter the data into the subject MST table, right? So you go to the more forms. So you have to select the form wizard, right? Then there are several, as I explained earlier, there are several ways to create the user entry, data entry screens, right? Then you can use one of these options, right? Easiest one is this using the wizard actually, right? Now when we use a wizard, right, you are guided by your computer, your package, right? Okay, right. Then when you select form wizard, right, so you can select the particular table to be entered data, right? In this case, I select subject MST. You know that there are three tables here: enrollment MST, student MST, and subject MST. At this time, I will demonstrate how to create the data entry screens for the subject table. Okay, then you can select the table name. Then when you select the table name, right, which asks you to enter select the fields for data entry, right? So you can select one field or two fields, so all the fields, right? Okay. Then if you hope to enter data for all the fields in this table, you can select it like this, right? So you can unselect it, you can select all, right? Do like this, right? Okay. Then select next, right? Then you can select the any layout for your form, right? So you are going to create the actually if you have attractive and easier data entry interface, right? Anybody can enter data very easily. Okay, so you are going to create the attractive and very simple data entry screens, right? Okay, then you can select the any layout for that, right? There are some standard layouts like this, right? Then you can select whatever you want, right? Next one is then you can select any style. Actually, there are many style here, right? Then you can select any style like this, right? Okay, then you have to go to the next one, right? Then you have to enter a name for your form, actually data entry form, or data entry interface, right? And then better use the subject MST. I use the form, right? Then you can use any name, but better use the appropriate name, right? And when you select finish, right? Now you can see that yes, you have an interface which is connected with the subject MST screen, right? Then so you can enter this data, subject data, through this interface, right? For example, the first one is the subject name is 1, right? Then subject ID is 1, subject name is geography. You select it and okay, then you can type it here, right? Then when you use enter key, right, then you can enter the second record, right? Now when we enter the second record, you see that you have a new screen here actually, right? With this screen you can enter the second record, right? This is the first record. Okay, now what is the second record? The second record is history. You can select the history. Okay, right? You can type the history and you can use enter key. Do not worry about this subject ID actually. That is given automatically by your computer. Right? Okay. Now this subject ID is 7, right? But this is that the subject ID is 2. Since we use the automatic auto increment subject ID, right? Earlier you deleted some subject ID, right? Then it is given some unique subject ID for this subject, right? Do not worry about this. It's a unique one for this course, okay? That is managed by your database, right? Okay. Now look at this navigation bar here. You can see that Now you are in the second record, right? So if you want to locate the first record, just click it here. If you want to go to the next record, you can click this icon, right? First record, right? Then previous one. If you have more records, next record, right? Last record, like this. If you have a new record, just click on this last option here. Then you can enter a new record, right? Okay, right. Next thing is, so you know that this is the data entry screens, right? Okay. Now, if you want to, so when we look at our, sorry, this is the table. This is the table. Okay. Right. Okay. Subject MSC table, enrollment MSC table. Then when we go to subject MST, yes, when you go to subject MST section here, you can see that the subject MST form is here, right? Now this symbol says that it's a table. This symbol says that it's a form. Okay. So if you want to modify this table, modify mean if you want to change the appearance of this form, right? So you go to the subject MST form, that is a form name, click your right mouse, right? Then select the design view. Design view. Why we use the design view? Design view means to modify the form. Actually, remember that this is the mode to modify your form. Okay, modify mean say you can change the appearance here, right? For example, so if you want to change the sizes, you can change it like this, right? Okay. Then if you want to locate the this title, you can use subject, right? Data entry forms, right? Then you can use any appropriate title for your table. Okay, title for your form. Sorry, form. Okay. Then you can change the font sizes and you can do whatever you want. Right? So next thing is you know that now this is the subject ID. Subject ID, yes. Subject name is like this, right? Okay. Now this is the appearance of your table. So if you want to change something here, then remember that this is the label, subject ID. All right. So instead of subject ID, say you can use anything here, subject code, okay? Subject code, right? Then this is a label. Use subject name, okay, right? Remember that this part is linked with the table, subject table here. Okay. Do not change any field name here. Subject ID, use subject name. Don't change anything here. Right? Now, when we change anything here, if that is not matched with this field name, right, you may have some error message in your program, in your form. Okay. Then if you want, you can change the font size. It's okay. For example, if you want to change the font size into 20, it's okay, right? Then it's working. You can change that. Okay. You can change that, right? That is, I think, too big. Okay, you can use any appropriate size like this, right? Then you can set the settings, right? So if you're supposed to change the background color, say you can select any background color. Okay. Then better you use a dark color, right? Normally we use the dark color for the data entry screens. Okay. And then yes, there are many colors here. You can select any dark color. Okay. Better use the dark green like this, right? Okay. So that is not appeared here. That is, yes, dark green like this. Okay, right. Then save it and, right. So if you want to run it, so you select it and click the right mouse O, right. Then instead of that, say you can use this view icon. View icon, just clicking view icon, you can take it, right? Then when you go down here, you can find the design view. You can design or change the. Okay, that is the way to create a form and use the form. And now you have created the form for subject MST table. Using this table, you can enter data for the subject table. Now you have two other tables here, student MST and enrollment MST table. Student MSc and enrollment MST table. Okay, but normally, this subject MST form says that this is the data entry form for subject MST table. Okay, now you have another two tables called student MST and enrollment MST. Right? According to our logic, actually we have to create two separate data entry form for student MST and enrollment MST table, right? But you have another option here actually, right? Now when we, you know that actually you have already built the relation between the tables. Now relation between the student MST table and enrollment MST is one-to-many relations, right? Then you the relation between the subject MST and enrollment MST is one-to-many relations, right? So you have created the data entry screen for subject MST table. It's okay. Now you have to create another data entry screens for these two tables, right? But if you want to create a data entry screens for your tables, right? So if there is a relation between tables, right? Using a single form, you can enter data for more than one table section. That means you can use single data entry screen to enter data for many tables if there is a relation between the tables. Okay, then let's see how to do that, right? Again, then I will demonstrate how to create a data entry screen to enter data for student MST and enrollment MST tables. Okay, right. Then go to the create. Right, let's go to the create. Then you are going to create a data entry form actually. Data entry form, right? Data entry form. Then you go to the create. You select the form, right? Then as I explained earlier, right? Then you can select any options. But if you select the form wizard options, you can easily enter the data for your. You can easily create the data entry screens, right? Wizard mean which guides you actually, right? So you have to follow the steps one by one. You are guided by Microsoft Access, right? Then you can create your requirement or your form step by step, right? Then you can select form wizard, right? You know that when you select the form wizard, next you have to select the tables to be enter your data, right? Then our target is to enter data for student table and enrollment table because you have already created the data entry screens for subject MST table, right? Then you can select the student MST table. You select it, right? Then you hope to enter data for all the fields here: student ID, student name, date of birth, student sex, everything, right? Then you can select all, right? Then after that, right? Say you have to enter the data entry. You have to create the data entry screens for enrollment MST. In other words, using the same data entry screens, you have to enter the data for the enrollment MST also, right? Then you select it. You select the enrollment MST table, right? Then you can select the fields. One by one. Okay. Now you can see that you have selected two tables, right? Student MST and enrollment MST, right? So if you want to select more than one tables for your screen, so your form, right? As I explained earlier, there should be a relation between these two tables, student MST and enrollment MST table. if there is no relation between these two tables, right? So you can't select more than one table to create the data entry screens, right? Then, so you know that, so first you created the tables, then you define the relations between the tables, right? Now you are creating the forms to enter data for these tables, right? Then you have already created the table called subject MST, right? Now you are creating another form to enter data for student MST and enrollment MST table, right? Then let's look at here. Then you can select next, right? Then when you select it, this says that form with subform. Form with subform. This option is says that this option says that, right? This option says that form with subform says that, see, yes, you are going to enter data for more than one table, data for more than one table using this form. And this says that form with subform says that actually using form, you are going to enter the data for student MST. Using the subform, you are going to enter the data for enrollment MST. That is the meaning here, right? Okay, I'll give a select here, right? Then next here, then you can select next, and these are the layout. You can select whatever, any way layout, whatever you want, right? Then better you select data sheet, then next, right? Then there are some styles here. You can select any styles, right? I give the default style, then select next, right? Then, as I explained earlier, right, here you are creating one form, but which included two forms, main form and subforms, because there are two tables here, right? Then you can use separate name for this. Student MST, you can use a form or FRM, right? Then enrollment MST, then you can use form or FRM, which is used to identify the form separately, right? Okay, then you can select it, right? Then finish it. Then you finish it, right? Then what you can see, now you can see that the now there's a part to enter your student information here, right? And there's another part to enter the data for your enrollment data. Enrollment data, right? Enrollment data can be insert here, right? And student data can be inserted here, right? Okay. And remember that this is the subform. This is the form. This subform is associated with the enrollment MST. Then this student ID or this form is associated with the student MST table. Student MST table. Right? Let's see one record here, right? Let's see. Let's check one record here, right? Then let's go to our sample database. Okay. Sample database. You remember that we use a sample database here. Yes, yes, this is our sample database. Then let's enter the student ID. Student ID first. Our form student ID. Now we can copy it here. Right? Then Aruni. Date of birth. Date of birth 5 July 1980. Okay. Right. 6 finger. Right. Then you see that, right? When you select, when you type the registration number here, that is automatically filled here. That is automatically filled here. This part is associated with or connected with the enrollment MSC table. Right? Now these are the fields in the enrollment MSC table. These are the fields in the enrollment MSC table: enrollment ID, student ID, subject ID. marks, something like this. Okay, right. Then these fields are attached with the or linked with the student MSC table. These are the tables here: field ID, name, date of birth, sex. Right. Okay. Right. Then this is the student ID. First student ID is 00045. Name is Aruni. Date of birth this. Then is a female. Right. Then these data are associated with the right enrollment MST. Right. Then check the data related with the A00045, right? Enrollment ID 1, subject ID 1, mark 68, subject ID 1, okay, subject ID 1, sorry, mark 68, right? Okay, then now when we go to the subject MSC table, right? Subject ID 1, 2 should be here, and you look at here, then you see that, right? Now when we enter data here, we use subject, right? But subject ID 1 is not available in subject table. Subject table available only subject ID 6 and 7. Right? Okay, you know that at the beginning you have made the relation between the table with the referential integrity. Referential integrity means, right, non-existing subject ID cannot be entered into this table, this relation now, right? Then what you have to do, right? So first you have to fill the subject table here, right? Do not worry about the subject ID. This is 6, 7, geography, history, Then first better you fill this form, geography, history. Next one is economics, mathematics, zoology. First fill the subject form, subject table, right? Economics, economics, right? Then economics, mathematics, okay, mathematics. Next one is zoology, right? Now you know that subject ID is the subject ID fields is auto numbering field, auto numbering field. So you can't enter the subject. You can't define the subject IDs here, right? So at the beginning you have entered some subject IDs and deleted it, right? And after that you can't take it the same subject ID actually. That's the nature of the accessing, right? If there is a auto increment field, right? If you delete the initial IDs, you can't get it back, right? But instead of that, your access provider unique subject IDs like this, okay? Right, in this case, you can see that geography subject ID for geography is 6, right? Subject ID for history is 7, right? Subject IDs for economics 8, mathematics 9, 10 like this, right? Okay. Now here there is no subject ID for 1, right? Instead of that, let's close this, right? Instead of that, you have to use the subject ID 6, right? Then marks is 68, okay? Right? Then this students, subject ID 2 mean subject ID 7, 2 is per there, right? Subject ID 7, okay? Marks is not given yet, right? Then there's another marks for this student actually. It is 05, subject ID 3, his marks is 85. Subject ID 3, right? 3 mean 8, right? It is 85, right? Now you can see, right? Now this is student ID A00045. Okay. Now this is the information attached with the enrollment MSC table, with the enrollment MSC table. Right? Now when you type data, this data is stored in the student MSC table. When you type data here, this data is stored in the enrollment MSC table. Right? Okay. Right. Then if you want to enter a new record or a new student, right? New student information, right? Then you just select a new record here, new record, right? Then you can enter the next student information. Second student is E00230, right? Then you can select one by one. You can type one by one. E0030. Then his name is Kumara. Okay. Kumara. Because you have typed this paper. Okay. Then this date of birth, 31st May 1979. Okay. Right. He is a male. Right. When we type it, you see that this number is automatically appeared here. Because at the beginning you make the relation between this table and this table. That's why we have these numbers automatically appeared here. Right. Okay. Then let's type the enrollment information about the E00230. Right. 230. He followed only subject 4. His marks is 76. 4 mean 4 is not there. Instead of 4, you can find subject ID 9 actually, right? 9. His marks is 76. Okay, then 76 is here. Right? That's all. No more subject followed by the student. Right? Okay. Okay. Now we have another student called A99156. Right? Then you have to add another record, right? New one, just here. Then student ID should be written here, right? Then Anura name, okay? Anura, right? Name is Anura. Date of birth. Date of birth is given. Okay. Date of birth, right? Male, right? Then A99156. Related enrollment enrollment information should be here. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. That is 15600. Right. Okay. 156. He followed the subject 2. No marks are given. Subject 2 means subject 7 actually. Right. No marks are given here. He followed another subject, subject 3, that means subject ID 18, marks is 42, 18, marks is 42, that's all, right? That's all, right? Now, you close this, if you want to close this, and when you go to student MST, right? Now you can see all the input records are here, right? You have that to enter data for student MST table and enrollment MST use a single form. Using single form, right? You enter data for student MST and enrollment MST both, right? Now you see that student data are added to the student MST table like this, and when you go to the enrollment MST, right? Then you can see the enrollment MST related with the student IDs. The students IDs attached with this, right? Okay. Next thing is now you can see some additional fields here, right? Now you see that when you click it here, right? Then when you click the student MST table and this plus symbol, right? Then which is appears some other information. This says that, right? Now student MST table and enrollment MST tables are related tables actually. The relation between these two tables are one to many, right? Then when you click this symbol says that, yes, this symbol says that, yes, there's a relation between another table. When you click it here, the related data will be displayed here, right? This says that, yes, this data from the student MST table button, this data from the enrollment MST table, because we can show it because there is a link between, there is a relation between the student table and enrollment table, right? Now, if you want to get the related information, related enrollment information for the student, just click on here. Then that is display the related enrollment information for the student table, right? Now this is for the students, E00230, right? Related enrollment information from the enrollment table is provided here, right? Because since you have in the relations, right? Then you can get these facilities. Otherwise, you can't get it, right? Okay, right. Okay. Then now you see that, yes, you have one form, actually 3 forms, right? Then first one is subject form. Using this subject form, you can enter the data for your subject table, right? Then when you select the student MST master form, actually, right? Master form means student MST. When you open the student MST, you see that there are two forms open like this, okay, right? Then there are two forms open like this, right? Using this form, this is the main form, this is sub form. This is using this form sub form, you can enter the data for other two tables, okay, right? Okay, that is the way to create the create your form, right? Next thing is, as I explained early, right? As I explained early, right? This is the form with the sub form, right? So if you want to design it, if you want to change the if you want to modify the structure of this form, appearance of this form, right? Then you have to go to view options, or you have to go to view options, you can see the design view, right? Now when you see the design view, right, then you can change the appearance of this form, right? You can change the appearance like this, right? Okay. Then you can modify the forms, you can change the font size, right? You can select student enrollment design view. You can use any appropriate title for this. Okay. Then you see that say this is not enough, actually. This space is not enough. Okay. Then you can just click like this. Okay. Right. Then you can change the values. You can with the relevant table, actually. For example, so this part is attached with the student MSc table, right? This is the student name field, student name fields, right? Now this is given by this name is given by the date of birth field, which is provided by student MSc table, right? So you can't change this one, because when you change it here, you can't get the information from the relevant table, right? Okay. Now again, right? Now this table, yes, these things are just a label, actually. If you want, you can change it, right? As I explained earlier, right? These things are right? Enrollment ID, student ID. These things are linked with the fields in the enrollment MSc table, right? If you want, you can change this label, but you can't change these fields, okay? These fields, because this is linked with the relevant table, okay? Now you can modify it, as I explained earlier, right? Then you can fill it with some color, right? Then you can select any color, right? Or you can use any modification. If you need any modifications, right? Then you can do it like this, okay? Right. Now then save your table, save your form, right? Then when you run it, right? Now this is the new appearance, which is like this, okay? Right. Then there is a way to create the table, forms, and forms with the subform, okay? Right. Then let's see, let's take how to add the action button into the form, right? Okay. Right. Give me a minute. Okay, what are the action button? Action button is something like this, right? Then so when we say, let's take this form, actually, subject MST form, right? Let's open this. So you know that this form is used to enter the data for subject table, actually. Subject table, right? Here, when you look at here, you can see that you have some navigation button here. Right? Using this button, you can go to the first record, previous record, next record. Instead of that, if you can put some button here, right? So instead of this button, you have some command button. You have a command button, right? Now you have another button here that is called the next, right? When you click next, right, then you can show the next record. You get through the records using button. It's better than this appearance, actually. It's better than using this navigation bar, right? Then how to do such a thing? You can do it like this. You go to the design view, okay, design view, right? Then you drag it down because you are going to display your button here, right? Now there are three parts here: form header, detail part, form footer. Actually, this is the detail part. This is the form header. I'm going to add the button in the form footer. Right now, how to get the button? Right now, when you are in the design view, right? Now, when you go to the design tab, right? So you have these control buttons here, right? Now you can select the command button by clicking this button here, right? Actually, which provides many object button, then text boxes, combo boxes, right? Check boxes, many things, right? So in practical class, you can experiment with this, right? Now, just now I will explain how to use the command button for this purpose. Okay, then you can select it, click it here, right? Then you draw your button here. Okay, draw your button here, right? Now, when you draw your button, right? Which asks that in which purpose we use this button, right? In which purpose you use this button, right? Actually, what we want to do, right? So when we click this button, you have to go to the first record of your student table. Right, student table. That is called the record navigation. Actually, here you have to work with the record, right? So this says that this is for the record navigation. So you have to select the record navigation, right? Then select the go to first record. Because when you click this button, you hope to go to the first record of the table, right? Then you have to select record navigation. Go to first record, then next, right? Then you can use some text, either text or some. You can select some text to be displayed on the command button, like first record or first. Or otherwise, then you can change the size of your command button like this, right? And if like this, okay, right? Then draw it as the same way, right? Then record navigation, select the record navigation. You go to the next record. Actually, next record means if you are in the first record, you have to go to the second record. If you are in the second record, you have to go to the this. Okay, then next, then finish it, right? Then design little better so you can find the width and height of the tree, button size, height is 0.5 like this, right? Then you can use the same size 1.3 and 1.3 and 0.5. Okay. Then sizes are same, right? Sizes can be changed like this, right? Okay, right. Then first next, right? Then add another two command button. Right? This is for the previous record. You can use any appropriate name, right? Okay. Say using properties, yes. Okay. Right. So add another command button to locate the last record, right? Then with this one, you can go to locate the last one. Okay, last one. Then next, right? Then you can like last, right? Then okay, then next, then finish, right? Then use the same font sizes, right? With the properties 1.5, 1.5, sorry, 1.3, and the height is 0.5 in each, right? Okay. Then okay, you have the same size of same sizes, font size 14. With the next one, right? Then you can go to, okay. With the previous one, you can go record. With the last button, right? Then you can go to the last one like this. Okay, right? Okay, that is the way to add the command button into your form using the same method, right? So you can add the command button for your what you call subject MSc table, not subject MSc, student MSc table, subject MSc table, right? Then you go to the design view, right? Then you take a what you call so you need another command button to add a new record, right? Then here you have to use the that is record operation. Here you have to use the record operation, right? Under the record operation, right? If you want to add a record, if you want to delete a record, if you want to print a record, if you want to save a record, right? Then you can do anything by clicking this button, actually, right? Here you are going to add a record by clicking this, right? Then you can select add new. Okay. And using the properties, actually, you can change the alignment and those things, right? This is the new one, right? Okay. Now when you run it, right? If you want to enter a new record, just new here, then you can enter a new subject, whatever you want. CIT, right? Okay. Right. Then first one, last one is IT, and the additional facilities in the form, right? Next thing is now after using this button, right? Now this is not necessary actually. So you can remove this navigation bar, right? Then how to remove the navigation bar, right? You have to go to design view, right? Then you go down here, with your right mouse, then get the properties, right? Then there is an option here called record navigation button, right? Since the navigation button is yes, that is appeared here, right? Then you can select no here, right? Then when you run it here, then you see that record navigation button are not appeared here. Instead of that, you can use this button. Now you have a very nice interface, student MSD table like this, okay, right? By removing, first you add the button for to navigate your records, right? Then after that, you can remove this navigation bar, right? Okay, right? Okay, that is the way to create the forms. That is the way to create. Next thing is then there are two main forms here, right? First form is used to enter the data for the subject table. In other words, using the subject data entry form, you enter the data related with the subject into the subject table. Right? You have another form, right? Using this form, you enter the data for the student MST, student table, and enrollment table. These forms actually, you know about this form. Right? It's very difficult to manage it actually. And form for student MST table. If somebody wants to enter the data for subject table, he should know the data entry screens for subject MST. You can guide these things using screens, using a button setting, right? And then I will show you how to do such a thing. Okay. Let's see.
Right. I think enough for today. We have another lesson in the next week, I think. Right. So we continue this lesson from that day actually. Right. In the next day, we hope to talk about to complete this lesson and to discuss about some other activities actually. Right now, when we come to the practical class, so you have to do many activities, right? So with these activities, okay, you can get the hands-on experience, right? Then say actually we have done almost 3 hours, right? That is difficult to continue this lesson, so it is hard for me as well as you, right? I think enough for today. Then let's continue from the next class. Send your name to mark the attendance. Then how to send your attendance? So just go to the meeting chat, then just type your registration number. If you have registration number, just type it there. Or otherwise, you can put your name here. Right? Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Send your name or either name or both. Name or both, the registration number and name to mark the attendance. Okay. Right. Thank you very much.
See how to create a switchboard to